Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang para viewers. Kembali lagi bersama saya Yudi di channel Ayu ya. Seperti biasa, saya akan bermain truk-trukan lagi ya. Tapi kali ini di jalanan Eropa. Kalau kemarin di Amerika, sekarang di Eropa. Oke. Atau begitu kita langsung saja gaskannya, kayaknya ini heran. Oke, langsung. Oke, Euro Truck Simulator ya. Sekarang di Eropa ya. Pindah negara dulu. Sekarang jadi supir truk di Eropa. Ya, game santai-santai dulu. Karena main Dota lagi hancur ya. Jadi main yang santai-santai aja dulu. Saja drive, langsung saja kita bekerja ya, dia pengantar barang bulog. Jadi kurir ya, jadi supir. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Jam 5 subuh kita berangkat ya. Bensin oke, aman. Kita ke flea market ya, flea market. Oke, bus sendiri dong, udah punya. Oke, kita harus mengambil ya, minum susu. Aman ya. Jauh juga ngambilnya ya. nyalain radio ya biar nggak sepi.
Because of the nasty anti-Semitic verbal attacks on her by members or left-wing people, he says, embedded into the council system where she works. I'm going to say this. There is a particular problem. There's a problem when it comes to anti-Semitism on the far right in this country. There is also, from what I've seen online and from what I've heard from people in the Jewish community, a problem with a more subtle form of anti-Semitism on parts of the hard left, and even dare I say, parts of the mainstream left as well. Too often, things are said about, quote, Zionists, when really those people are Jews. I think that is not an unusual experience, I'm afraid.
Aduh, salah,
So 56, then we've got Michael back on the better line. Michael's head of information programmes at Turn to Us. Michael, are you there, sir? Good morning. Michael? No, I don't know what is going on with Michael's phone or Michael's line. We'll try once more, perhaps, in a moment, because I think this story is worth focusing on. What the TUC is warning of is that because of the rise in interest rates and the fact that, of course, wages haven't kept up with interest rates and inflation, it's effectively sitting on a debt families paying on their mortgages, on their credit card loans, on any unsecured debts or loans, hire agreements and so on, that they have got as we enter 2024. An increase of £1,400 in real terms on average per household, that according to analysis by the TUC, warning that per household unsecured debt unsecured within the next 2 years to reach £17,000 per household has exceeded the previous high was set 15 years ago. So if you are someone who has got unsecured debt, let's try and find out what means and Claire's advice earlier. So Ted speaking earlier to our sister station ABC News about precisely this.
I think at a time of rising unemployment, of an economy that's stalled, and still pressures on people's incomes, I think you can safely assume that most of this new debt that people will be taking on, £1,400 of new debt per family, is going to be paying for a nice holiday or a new car or extensions in the house. People are going to be borrowing on their credit card to buy the supermarket shop. They're going to be taking out loans to pay for gas and electricity bills. And I think it's just persistent in the fact that the economy, people are finding that their income isn't matching their expenditure because inflation may have come down, but prices certainly haven't. And this is millions of families looking down the country facing real financial pressures.
That's Pauline back from the TUC warning about the time bomb, the debt time bomb as they call it, that the TUC itself is warning about this morning. A really depressing text from Manic, I'm so sorry to hear, Manic in Swindon. It says that I'm actually a Sikh Indian. My heart bleeds from my brothers experiencing this hatred. All I wish for is peace in these times, but I get by the same that when I walk to my car. And I also say I'm a terrible scar. My air never used to be as bad. I've reported this twice with no follow-up, except one initial visit from the police. I fear for my family and generally for the Muslim and Jewish community. That's Manic in Swindon, echoing what I think a lot of people are experiencing and a lot of people are feeling. Manic, thank you for your text. Let's hope this situation improves rather than getting worse as it has done in recent weeks and recent months. 7:59 is the time. Coming up in just a moment here on LBC.
The evidence presented in the hearing before me that I was duty-bound to rule upon indicated that January 6, 2021 was in fact an insurrection.
The Maine Secretary of State, Shenna Bellows, there explains why former President Donald Trump is disqualified from holding office and appearing on the state's primary ballot as a legal battle over his candidacy ratchets up. Details on that. Plus,
this isn't the first time politicians have done things that may appear unpopular and unfair. I want to be of that generation of politicians that takes action rather than ones that
nonetheless, Sadiq Khan defending his ULEZ policy in LBC earlier this year. A boost for Sadiq Khan today. The policy, it seems, might be working.
Maine has joined Colorado in ruling that Donald Trump cannot run for president in the state. Both say the former president is ineligible for next year's Republican primary because of his role in the Capitol riots in 2021. The decision is unlikely to be challenged in the Supreme Court. Marietta Alexander, who is following the story, says the rulings are unlikely to have a huge effect for now.
Colorado, which was the first state to make this decision, they don't have huge numbers of electoral college votes. That's everything that matters in the United States. There's a state like California, which has the most electoral college votes of any of them. If they decided to take Trump off the ballot, then it would have a huge impact. I mean, that would essentially end his campaign.
A 46-year-old man killed when a car hit a crowd of people in Sheffield has been named as Christian Marriott. He'd been trying to help an unconscious woman when he was struck on Wednesday afternoon. 2 men are still being questioned in connection with his death. Jewish charities say a spike in anti-Semitic crime after the Hamas attack on Israel is deeply worrying. Several forces recorded a 5-fold increase in hate offences in the month after October the 7th. Some also saw a rise in Islamophobic crime. Emily Hilton, director of the Diaspora Alliance, says communities mustn't be pitted against each other.
What's incredibly important is that we recognise that Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are cogs in the same racist machine. I don't think it's any coincidence that these things are rising in tandem, and we need to recognise that, in order to address these things, we also have to stick together and work together to dismantle both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
Engineers are working to reconnect about 1,500 homes still without power after Storm Gerrit. Rail operators say most lines have reopened in Scotland, but they've urged passengers to check before travelling. Figures from the Nationwide show house prices fell by 1.8% in the year to December. The market is continuing to experience weaker demand as a result of higher borrowing costs. In the city, the FTSE 100's just reopened at 77.22. It closed down 2 yesterday. The pound buys $1.27 and the euro 15. LBC weather, another day of blustery showers for many places, but mild with brighter spells further south. A high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Thomas Watts.
Card accepted.
At Tesco, get half price on the Ninja AF100 air fryer, now only £75, down from £150 with club card prices. Helping you become more Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores half price air fryer on the 21st of January. Excludes Republic of Ireland club card or app required. Excludes Express and Whoosh.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ben Kentish.
.03 the time. Ben Kentish in for Nick Ferrari here this morning on LBC. Very well if you're just joining us on the show. The government has written off young people. 200,000 of them are now out of work because the Tories have turned their back on. That is the charge from Labour this morning, as they revealed that the number of 16 to 24-year-olds not in work because they are off long-term ill has doubled since 2010. Back then, when the Tories came to power, the figure 116,000. Last year, it soared. 235,000 people in that age group are off work because they are long-term sick. And it's nuts, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you've got employers in building sites, you've got employers in cafes and restaurants and hotels, you've got employers in care homes, the list goes on, fruit farms, crying out for workers, saying we cannot function properly. We are losing business here because we don't have the workers. You've got the government having to increase visas in certain areas so that some of those companies and those employers can get the staff they need. And all the while, in this country, you've got 235,000 people, enough to fill many of those jobs, who are 16 to 24 years old and cannot work because they are ill or because they say they are too ill to work. 230,000 people. And what Labour says is the Tories are writing off hundreds of thousands of young people. What would they do differently? They say improve mental health services and cut NHS waiting lists to tackle what are called the causes of economic inactivity. Is that a story that you recognise? Is that perhaps your story? Whether that's because you are off sick, or whether it's because you are an employer who is having to deal with this in staff member after staff member, employee after employee. Why is it? This is the key question that no one can fully answer. Why is it that 235,000 people aged 16 to 24 are too ill to work? And why has that number doubled since 2010? Why have people in that age group got sicker, got more ill than they were just 13 years ago? Now, we'll speak to an expert in this moment. I would hazard a guess that quite a lot of this comes down to mental health. That quite a lot of those 235,000 people are off work sick because they are dealing with severe depression or anxiety,
pengiriman barang pertama ya.
or another mental health issue
Bismillah,
that isn't just
bismillah.
ongoing, but too often is going untreated because of the state of mental health services in this country right now. If the government really wanted to get those people back to work, what they would do is the opposite of what they've done, and that is sort out mental health services in this country. That to me is the explanation. That to me is a big part of what's going on. That is just a hunch. That is just the sense I get from talking to people about this. You tell me. 03456060973. Why are almost 250,000 16 to 24-year-olds too ill to work in this country? And if you are one of them, what's your story? If you're an employer dealing with this, what's your experience of this? There is another explanation here, isn't there? It's a less generous one, it's a less sympathetic one. And the other explanation that some people might point to is that young people don't have the resilience, that young people are too quick to take time off work sick. That if they are feeling something or experience something that in years gone past, previous generations might have said, look, this is difficult, I've got to go up, I've got to go to work, that's my duty. Younger people today are less likely to do that. I don't know if that's the case. I'm not an employer, I can't really speak to that. If you are interested in your thoughts on that, 03456060973. Aidan's texted in just as I was saying that, saying there's a huge degree of entitlement and laziness amongst British people. Brexit collapsed the service economy in the UK. Is part of this that British young people, young people in Britain at least, are just too lazy to want to earn a living, just too lazy to do a hard day's work? I don't think so. Maybe you do. 03456060973. Chris Thomas joins us to get more on this, head of the Commission on Health and Prosperity at the IPPR think tank. Chris, very good morning to you. Am I right to point to mental health as being quite fundamental in explaining this fight this morning? And if I'm not, what else do you think is at play?
Good morning. I think you're absolutely spot on. So what we've essentially seen over the last couple of years, but really is a like 15-year trend, is this really alarming rise of economic inactivity because of sickness. And when we look at the age breakdown of that, we see that there's a somewhat polarised picture. So for older working-aged adults, we've seen a real decline in people's physical health. So that might be musculoskeletal conditions, it might be arthritis, that might be cardiovascular disease or problems with your heart. But for young workers, you're absolutely right. The big rise in the challenges that we're seeing has come through an increase in mental health conditions, sometimes interacting with a physical health condition, sometimes not. And what that's leading to is the kind of rises that have been pointed out in the analysis today, kind of shocking rises in the number of people who can't work at all. And of course that leads to economic damage overall.
And this is a problem that's getting worse when you look at waiting lists, and when you look at particularly the waits that people are experiencing when it comes to mental health treatment, because there's no sense that this is going in the right direction at all.
I think that's right. So, yes, absolutely, the mental health services have very long waits. When we've done research, IPPR, to talk to general practitioners about their experience of trying to get people the help they need, what they often describe is they'll send someone with a referral to one mental health service that will take 3 to 6 months to come back, and there's no space, and then someone will have to move to another service, and then you've got people waiting in huge insecurity, huge anxiety for 12 months, maybe 18 months, maybe longer. And I think it's also about the lack of mental health capacity that we have outside of the NHS as well. One of the things that will be really underpinning the figures for young people today is the lack of mental health support that's available in schools. And that will mean that we're not intervening early, we're allowing something that might be a mental health problem that's, with early intervention, something that can get better to become worse and worse and worse. And as people enter the job market, then it's going to also start causing economic damage. in turn that's going to make their mental health worse, right? Because this experience of not being at work, maybe not having an income, well, that's going to compound mental health problems down the line as well.
Chris, where are you on this? Just given what you say, where are you on this question of resilience? Some people say what is lacking is a generation that knows that it has duty to go out and work, has the motivation, has the resilience, even if they're going through a tough time, to get out of bed in the morning and go to work. Some people say people have always experienced the type of issues that we're talking about, mental health issues and so on. What's changed is that this generation of young workers, young people today, feels that they have the right to stay at home and stay in bed rather than going out and working. What would you say to people about that?
Yeah, I think it misunderstands the question very fundamentally. So I think two things really. First is to remind you whilst the dynamics of the challenges are different, actually this isn't just a challenge that's impacting young people. We're seeing rise in economic inactivity because of sickness of some kind or illness of some kind across the whole population, albeit mental health might be having a stronger role amongst young people and as I say, physical health conditions amongst older adults.
Hey,
Just point out that
selamat siang Bro Aymar.
so people 16 to 24 that aren't, their health is also getting worse.
Ya, iya bro, streaming lagi. Tapi jadi apa?
Kind of demonstrating
Supir truk Eropa. Kalau kemarin di Amerika, sekarang di
so what I think is really happening is that the UK is really struggling with its health. We're genuinely
dipanggil bro, aduh, ke Eropa. Jadi langsung terbang kemarin langsung sini.
in the G7 performs better than the USA with its kind of very strange health system. But we're worse, far worse in Italy than Germany, than Canada, than Japan. Really a 15-year kind of trajectory where I would say we've got much worse at doing the things that prevent sickness from emerging. That could be anything from the kind of lack of action we've taken on obesity. It could be that we've had 15 years of frankly quite poor economic performance, and that can particularly affect our mental health. And of course the NHS has gone on a journey from kind of relatively good performance at the end of the noughties through to what we see
Biasa bro.
catastrophically bad outcomes, long wait
Apa namanya?
challenges people will be very familiar with.
Supir panggilan. Panggilannya bukan antar daerah lagi, internasional.
The graduate jobs they want aren't there, or the jobs they want in influencing, in being a YouTuber, as Generation Z often say they want to do, aren't realistic. This is a generation that, for ambitious reasons or financial ones, doesn't want to influence, want to work in care and construction. The jobs they want to do aren't there, and so they're not working at all. Again, any truth in that argument?
I think there's always been a perennial challenge that we need the systems and the infrastructure in place to match people up to jobs that are appropriate for them, that are good jobs and that they want to do. And I think you're right probably to say that we're not in the position to match people up in that way. So yes, there probably is
Baru ini kayaknya supir panggilan internasional.
including technical training would be quite a good idea in the current context. There's also a challenge here around the welfare system.
Gimana servis laptopnya rame bro?
Kind of linking up people, particularly if they've got a mental health problem or even a mental illness, with the kind of job opportunities that would be right for them. So we need to get a lot better at that. And making sure those jobs are good jobs as well. I think one of the big challenges we have is that
Ini tuh nganter susu gitu kalau nggak salah.
security. We could make those jobs much better at the same time that we're trying to match people up.
Great to meet you. Really interesting, Chris. Thank you very much.
IBC kontainer. Nggak tahu apa IBC kontainer tuh. Pokoknya dari 11
If you're the parent
T.
or the employer of somebody or many people who is, what's going on? There's different explanations, aren't there? There's the surge in mental health cases and illness amongst young people. I think perhaps inevitable given how the society in this country treats young people. But there is also the explanation of a generation that has grown up with a sense of entitlement. That is all about me, my rights.
Alhamdulillah bro, ada kegiatan. Terdapat Pusatnya emang di mana, bro? Emang toko itu, toko laptopnya ada cabang lagi?
So many people being pushed to university, the bar has been set so high. But if they can't get a sort of well-paying graduate job they don't want to work. Is that true of some people? I suspect it is, to be very honest. 03456060973. If you've got any experiences or thoughts on this, I'd love to hear yours. Come to those next. 816. Thomas.
Donald Trump has been removed from next year's presidential race in another US state. Police forces saw a sharp jump in anti-Semitic hate crimes in the weeks after the October the 7th Hamas attack in Israel. Engineers are working to reconnect about 1,500 homes still without
Oh, ada dua cabangnya. Wah, mantep dong.
showers for many, but mild with brighter spells further south, a high of 11 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Corner. Starting in Blackheath, the A2 Shooters Hill Road has got one-lane blocks going westbound. In Stratford Road, that's because of a breakdown. While in Sutton, the Cheam Road is blocked in both directions from Gandy Green Lane to St James's Road because of an accident. There's another accident as well in Seven Sisters on the High Road. That's the A10 is partly blocked going both ways at West Green Road because of an accident. While on the A26, it looks like the entry slip road is closed in junction 5 onto the M25. That's because of an accident and there are emergency repairs which are currently ongoing.
This is LBC.
Supermarket shoppers of Britain, Little are the supermarket of the year. Champions of choice, guardians
Kalau saya PHK-an Telkom.
supermarket of the year, and you could make epic savings today.
PHK-an Telkom, bro, saya. Jadi sekarang lagi menganggur.
I've got wind power, especially when I eat beans. Archie, when it comes to cleaner technology, trust Swell Heating to keep you up to date with the latest innovations for your home. We provide air source heat pumps, photovoltaic panels, and biomass boilers. Plus, we'll help you access any available bulbs. Visit
Wih, tumben hujannya badai tuh. Kok baru pertama kali. Maksudnya baru lihat.
At Barnes Road, we help businesses like yours review and change their business structure. Whether it's to simplify, demerge, or consolidate, the benefits can be sizable. So why not get some first-rate advice and speak to one of our experts? Contact us at Barnes Road.
Siap, bro, pasti itu, bro. Mungkin bukan rezekinya di situ. Oh iya, ya bener, badai, hujan badai, terus baru lihat saya juga ini yang di Amerika cuma hujan biasa, kalau ini ya magluduk-gluduknya. Terus gini ngegas deh. Ngegas terus.
Aspirations that are leading too many young people not to want to work and using sickness as an excuse. In some cases, in some, I think that's something, and I do think there's something in that, and there's something in the fact that young people in some cases are quicker and feel less guilt about phoning in sick out of the generation. So we can argue whether there's a good thing or bad, but I do think there's a reality to it. So it's Bob with Mason on this. Bob, good morning. I'm good, thank you. Are you?
Saya petirnya, mantep. Itu mau puter radio yang ada musik, cuman takut kena copyright tuh. Di radio ini aja, radio berita Eropa. Iya, biar nggak sepi banget sih. Biar nggak terlalu sepi. Kan mau puterin lagu, takut kena copyright. Biar makin kerasa gitu di Eropanya.
What you're saying in sort of in short is it's not that young people have just turned their back on employment and employers, it's that they feel that employers and society maybe has turned their back on them.
I suggest that if you really want to do, somebody says to you, I want to be a influencer or I want to be a sports person, those are the only roles they see as being valued because of being paid lots of money are well
Wah, di dalam desa ini.
on their TV screens, on their phones, in the newspapers,
Bisa di Eropa.
any sort of
States, they feel that those options are the only ones open to them to get
Bunga matahari itu.
get respect that they feel they're not getting in any other form of employment back home.
Yeah, but if you're back in the 70s, if you went to work in a factory where your father worked in a factory, you would be shown the frontline supervisor and the manager.
Lintas kecamatan Eropa.
And those were the people you could show respect, and they would be the people who would help you. Thank God you exploit that from the way you organise
It makes everything you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. We still come back to the point though that even if everything is true and we agree with everything that you just said, it still comes back to the point that actually a lot of these young people are saying it's not that they're particularly ill, it's just that they're less motivated to do the jobs that you just explained than perhaps people were 20 years ago.
Because there's a chronic stress in terms of the world of you want to completely back up. You make you want to learn people respond to stress by getting cortisol back up to the radio. Other people heart function. Some people digestive issues. And again,
Denmark. Denmark spek goib ya. Nggak ada bro di sini bro, Eropa.
If work is not at all conducive to your well-being, then of course your motivation, yes, and health does too. It's both. Rob, that's fascinating. Really, really interesting insight. Thank you, sir. That's from Rob in Mason. Really, Rob. You're working with you now. If you are even in a job that's hot, how can you get people to feel that their employers really cares about them, that there is progression, that there is respect, that if they do work hard and show will, that they will be rewarded fairly in terms of money and in terms of future prospects? Quite a lot don't. And so can we really blame them if they're feeling a bit ill. They take the day off sick. Whereas 10 years ago, with a better employer, they might not.
Really? Caroline's a new caller. Caroline.
Yeah, actually, I was going to agree with a lot of what Roland said, to be honest. I've got three sons that are all in their 20s, or they range from late 20s to very early 20s. The first two really, sort of high performing, did all the right things, really top GCSEs, top A-level, top university, and they've got very good jobs. They're still very insecure jobs, and they're still they still struggled very, very hard to sort of try to reach what we call the adult milestones, that by sort of being able to buy their own property. The only way that one of them has been able to buy something is with a lot of help from me. He wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise, and he is, earning, he wouldn't get talking in Liverpool really, so it's very
Ini vibes-nya kayak jalan Pangalengan ini. Ya, hutan-hutan pinus.
They have no support really from their workplaces. They are up against in these sort of higher level roles.
Oke bro, siap bro.
Literally globally elite children that come to London.
Semoga banyak yang servis di sana ya. Biar tambah rame tokonya. Amin.
Because they're living in London, and it's very bad for them really is, because they just can't compete. They're coming up from ordinary middle class, sort of like upper working class families, British families. They just find it really hard to compete.
Did they go to uni as well?
Oke bro, siap bro.
So they've got huge amounts of debt.
Semangat juga servisnya. Biar mantap. Makasih bro udah hampir
we were 28, we bought a big detached house, neither of us had been to university, we had no university debt, we had secure jobs with, not actually finding satisfactions, but,
kita lagi sampai nih.
And now, there's no security, like Robert said, there's no security, they're competing against the globe, and global needs. It's really bad in the hotel. They get no training. That's the other thing. It's not training. It's free. Paid for by our employers.
So they don't get They don't get the contract.
You say, you turn up, you're diligent, you follow instructions, you work hard, you will get on, you will build a life, you will buy a home. That contract's broken down because...
Completely and utterly broken down. And, my eldest, actually, I think it was his friend that we actually just said, he's not married, he's and yet he's got an extremely highly paid job,
and I bet he works hard.
Bentar lagi.
Yeah, and he works extremely hard. He got really top, top A-level, so on, so...
And what, he's renting still?
Yeah, rent. Yeah.
So he's been to school, he's done well, he's worked hard, he's got his education, he's got his degree, puts in the hours, and he's kept fit, and he's still not afford to buy a place. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a great call. I think that is really hitting the nail on the head. Young people feel that I think it's a deal, it's an agreement, that if they do what is asked of them, they fulfill their responsibilities, then they will be rewarded in certain ways, with security, with stability, with a home, with financial security, with the things that they want, they need, the basics they need to build the life they want. That doesn't
Bro, saya maaf ya.
It's called sense. You can do all the right things.
It
doesn't get you very far in many cases if you are young. Because society has been built in a way that continually makes life tougher for young people today in many ways than it was for previous generations. Caroline is really eloquently outlined. Education, housing, skills, training, security, gone. For many young people, gone. It's out the window. And yet people say, why are young people doing more anxious and depressed? And to which I say, why wouldn't they be? If they only find out when they're working the night before, if they know the job that they worked hard to get, the only job they could get, could be taken away from them 5 minutes notice. But they know that even if they stay in that job and earn a living wage year after year, they still possibly will never be able to buy a house of their own. And they will be 50 grand of debt that they accrued because society told them unless they went to get to university they would fail. That's the reality of growing up in your 20s today. And yet you get older people saying, well, why are you so anxious? Come on, get it. Caroline spends it out. 0345 6060 973 and have to join the conversation. If you've got thoughts on any of that, really interested to hear them. Coming up as well in a moment, London's ULEZ averts more pollution than is caused by the capital's airports. That according to one report. Why are some though casting their doubts on whether that's really true? Details on that to come after news headlines 8:31 time. Here's Tom Spence.
Officials in Maine have blocked Donald Trump from running for president in the state. It's the second such ruling this month after Colorado also excluded him from next year's Republican primary ballot. Figures show a sharp rise in hate crimes against Jewish people after the Hamas attacks in Israel in October. Several police forces saw a 5-fold increase in anti-Semitism offences compared to the same period last year. Ukrainian officials say cities across the country are coming under intense attacks by Russia. At least one person is known to have died in the capital, Kyiv. LBC weather, a day of blustery showers for many, mild and brighter spells further south, a high of 11 degrees.
This is LBC. Are you into worktops more than workouts? Kitchen islands more than tropical islands? Sounds like you've got a new kitchen on your mind. At Wix, we can design and install your dream kitchen. And now, there's up to 50% off units and up to 4 years interest-free credit on Wix bespoke kitchens. Be house proud with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply. Wix is the credit broker. Credit provided by Navuna Personal Finance.
Kita lupakan lagi.
Come on, Katharina. You can handle this heat. One event at a time. Throw together a decent ragu. Jump straight onto the Malaysian curry. Bring it home with the chili. Yeah, I'll boss this spatchcock.
Perform better on Sundays. Get half-price electricity 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. with Peak Save from British Gas. Proud partners of Team GB and Paralympics GB. Ends 31st of December. T's and C's apply. Smart meter required.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £100 off per couple. So escape to sunny favourites like Greece, Portugal and Italy. And spread the cost with flexible monthly payments. Book now with just a £60 deposit per person. Jet2 holidays. Package holidays you can trust. National protected. Subject to availability conditions.
Okay, so I've changed your brake pads, I've replaced the wiper blade and topped up your screen wash. Anything else you want me to look at?
Yeah, my washer dryer only works on a short cycle. I've got it in the boot.
Like getting your money's worth? Grab a McDonald's Save a Meal Deal. That's a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries and drink for just $3.99. From 11am until 7am delivery.
There's been a bound to the rights. It's what I felt people did. Gambling crept upon me very, very quickly. And very, very quietly. Before I knew it, I was in that pit, looking down on myself. Gambling took everything. Absolutely everything. And that's no reason to ever help.
If you're worried about how gambling makes you feel, we can help. Search Gambling Aware for advice, tools and support.
Ben Kentish on LBC.
With EDF, helping keep future energy costs down.
Here's Jeff.
on 845. Hi Ben, unfortunately social media is responsible not only for making it possible to discuss mental health more openly, which is a good thing, it's also allowed people, especially young people, to find a tribe which is socially acceptable and gives them quick validation, asking them to leave that tribe and go out into the world. It's very scary for them. Is that true? Young people today frightened to go to work because they only truly feel safe communicating and connecting via a screen? 03456060973 thoughts on that to come. First, let's talk more about a big boost for London Mayor Sadiq Khan this morning as a new report finds that the ULEZ zone, of course, introduced, is responsible for cutting air pollution more than is caused by all of the capital's airports or its river and rail transport combined. That is the new analysis of the effects of the ULEZ, although this is important to say, this before the most recent expansion. Jemima Hartshaw is founder of Mums for Lungs, which campaigns.
Oke, bentar ya. Iya. Udah cukup ini. Oke, kita next pengiriman kedua ya. Tengah ya. Oke, pengiriman barang kedua mulai.
Money you make. How you make it is irrelevant. That's why so many want to be influencers, because they know they can get rich through it by thinking they don't have to put in much work to do it. That's why they want to be YouTubers, because that appeals to them. Whereas the idea of going 40, 50 hours a day, driving about, not earning very much, but having a purpose, getting up, getting to work, doing your duty as an employee, they think that is what is valuable. Not just by young people, but by the rest of society. Richard, thanks very much for the Richard shows. How else do you explain the fact that nurses are, I don't know, still, it's not a teacher, it's not as sort of prestigious a profession as being a, I don't know, a banker. People might like banker, but it's still seen as more prestigious than business. Why? The only answer to that question is because of how much money it makes. Talk to Michael on this in just a moment. Plus, we'll find out why Donald Trump has been dealt another blow to his chances of being re-elected, while he's made life for see,
distribution was Friday again quieter. Brighter spells further south behind at 11 degrees. LBC Travel, I'm David Troy. On the M25 clockwise, one lane's closed from Blackett Lane services to junction 6 with Goldstone because of a broken down car. And also at junction 5, lots of heavy traffic in the interchange of the M26 because of an earlier incident. In Blackheath, the A2 Shooters Hill Road on one lane block. Westbound Stratford Road because of a breakdown. In Seven Sisters, the West Green Road is partially blocked westbound at the A10 as the High Road. Accident and finally in Sutton, the Sheen Road is blocked in both directions from Gallagher Green Lane to St James's Road as another incident.
This is LBC.
We design kitchens to your budget, not ours. With up to 60% off fully built kitchen units and up to 7 years interest-free credit. Plus, get a net dishwasher for $149 in our famous winter sale. Luxury for all, affordable for all. The Great Renovation. Visit your nearest rent showroom. Offers apply when you own 5 or more units. Subject to status and minimum spend. Ends 10th of Jan.
LBC.
Are you looking for a no-sweat feel-good start to the year? If you want it for great, joining thousands of people giving blood every day whose donations have easy emergencies, help fight sickle cell, and combat cancer. The NHS needs more given types like you to donate. Giving blood is easy. It takes an hour and can help save up to 3 lives. It even comes with a drink and a biscuit. So if you're the given type, make giving blood part of your routine this year and book to donate at blood.co.uk.
Are you into worktops more than workouts? Kitchen islands more than tropical islands? Sounds like you've got a new kitchen.
Apa?
sitting at home, not got a job, 16, 24, are we failing our young people? Call me 0345 973. I mean, I love this show because you learn so much just by speaking to ordinary people. The time now is 10:30. It's time for the news with Thomas Watts.
Ukrainian officials say cities across the country are facing intense Russian missile and drone strikes. A maternity hospital in the city of Dnipro is among the buildings hit, with other attacks in Kiev, Kharkiv and Lviv. Some of the UK's largest police forces saw a 5-fold increase
Tiduran tadi bro. Filmnya tidur.
Jewish charities have described the figures from the month following October the 7th as shocking. Police say a man who died after a car collided with the group of people in Sheffield was a good Samaritan who'd stepped in to help a stranger. He's been named as 46-year-old father of 2, Christian married. LBC weather in the day, blustery showers for most places, mild with brighter spells further south, a high of 11 degrees.
This is LBC.
Ketiduran tadi.
They said we're more relaxed and more productive after a good break. So I've gone to Barbados for a month for science.
Take your holiday as seriously as British Airways Holidays take your holiday. Atoll protected. Cancer doesn't care if you're deaf, but Nikki from Macmillan Cancer Support does. Knowing that most deaf patients are struggling to understand healthcare professionals, she made it her mission to change that with the Macmillan Deaf Cancer Support Project. So now patients in Nottingham and beyond can get the information they need as we understand. Macmillan Cancer Support. Wherever you are, we do
Tiba
whatever
ngantuk.
it takes to help.
Jadi langsung aja tidur.
Jimmy was charged with his no Italian scooter. However, he was even more chuffed that he put on his Barclay card. Because when things didn't quite go to plan, he had protection and could claim back on his purchase. You'll be up and running in no time, Jimmy. What you buy is your business. Giving you purchase protection is ours. Search Barclay Card Protection to find out more about how we protect your purchases. Barclay Card. Make money work for you. 28.9% representative APR variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. Please see something.
As if you didn't already love the middle of F, we're now offering up to 40% off. That's up to 40% off selected products in the middle of Lidl. Whether you like crafting, cooking, or just having a look in store now. Now that's big on quality. And always Lidl on price. Middle of Lidl excludes from data. Subject to availability. Selected stores too. The British Airways original sale has just landed. With hundreds of business class flights, like a New York return for 1799. Now's your chance to switch off before takeoff in one of our lounges. Or stretch out to a seat that converts into a fully flat bed. Book your British Airways flights and holidays at ba.com/sale. Sale ends January 30th. Limited availability. Terms and conditions apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with David Lammy.
We're talking about young people, sadly, sitting at home, not in employment. Many of them
Tadi habis apa?
$235,000 of them. The number's gone up
Habis asar buka dulu. Beneran tidur.
What is going on with them?
Kelelahan ya.
Got a couple of text messages here. One that's raising proper training that's available in the armed services. Another that says we're going to multi-service program for all schools, whether it's military, fire, police, ambulance service. One of the issues, by the way, when the armed services are raised, some teachers have conscription, is that actually the armed services want people who want to be in the armed services. They don't want people who don't want to be there. Has been raised with me in the past. Another one here says, hi David, when I was 17, I was fortunate enough to do a 4-year aircraft engineering apprenticeship after dropping out from school. After this, I joined the Air Force, and I'm still serving after 20 years as a pilot. I cannot express how that apprenticeship shaped my life, and feel quite depressed that these opportunities just aren't around at the moment for today's youth. Another one here, hi David, my mum said, how
hujan jadi ke bawah suasana hujan jadi tiba-tiba plek aja.
Charity home start supporting young families. I wanted my children to see me working. My older daughters recently said to me, "We didn't realise it was voluntary. We thought it was just regular work." I think it's important to show our children a good work ethic. All my children have Saturday jobs. They're given a cash wage. It's learning the value. All my children have good jobs and a really good work ethic. I'm proud of them. Ali, thank you for sending that text. It picks up on the point that I was making. It's important to me for my kids to see me going out to work. I didn't have the joy of a father that went out to work. My mother worked 3 jobs. My God, she worked so hard. And I felt safe and supported because I saw how hard she was working on our behalf. And it breaks my heart.
Nggak bisa digugat lagi hujannya ke bawah ngantuk beneran.
Sponsorship of universities, workers. Now, with globalisation and what we've done to the structures that we have,
Terus lupa tadi nggak di pause.
Go to a company, everybody from the man on the gate, the canteen lady, to the manager, they're trained drivers, mechanics, their own printing presses, the whole 9 yards. What was decided we would change to employing a bare minimum. I rose to a fairly senior position in the company of people, and then the contractors. Now, I can tell you, I work in the automotive industry. Massive amount of contractors. They don't take a salary, they set themselves up as companies. They don't pay themselves a salary, half a million wage, they pay themselves share dividends. It takes away, effectively, all the tax and the national health payments of those people. And we just completely destroy this. The vast majority of children at the age of 15 through to 18 will go to work. And it will be structured for them. It will be work and the opportunities for them that have, colleges and universities. We wouldn't be sending people to universities for no apparent reason other than to get an education. Because then what happens is they come out of university with a massive no job. I mean, I had friends that put their children through.
Jangan ngeblong bro, aman-aman. Selamat datang bro pinggir jalan. Selamat sore.
Go backwards, but you can't chime with your point. We can remind ourselves that the birth of the Labour Party was called Labour because it was about work and the quality of work.
Exactly.
And therefore we say to ourselves, the foundation of this is, what does that really mean in 2023? How can we get back to the importance and that our party created and gave to so many people. And I'm not saying it was unique to us because that, you know, no party is the fault of all ideas, but I'm simply saying that this subject we're on about work and well, you know, society's not going far very fast if you've got a lot of young people sitting at home not working. And there was something about working class kids, and it was a paper
100 km wah. Ngebut banget bro.
One of the biggest things I think for me that you said is to effectively do away with the gig
Tadi tuh lupa di pause. Ketiduran sayanya. Oh, speeding lagi. Nah, speeding kena tilang. Ngebut, terlalu ngebut.
There is structural change that's really needed, and then the other thing is we need to incentivise, I think, companies to start doing training and employing people again. However, I'm just a retired pensioner now, my friend, but I've got to tell you, when I left school, things worked, it seemed a lot better. We didn't have the problems that we've got now. Problems, but, you know,
Oh, pakai mod.
but what isn't fair at the moment.
Saya baru berapa kali pengiriman ya, main ini bangga akan kena tilang. Saya kena tilang ngebut di kota.
Lawrence, you're a good man. Thank you for ringing in. Fantastic call. Please call me.
Tilang speeding.
Be my adopted dad. Seriously, this is not the problem. I run a major educational business, and it's simple. One, make it clear that vocational is colleges and polytechnics, not schools. Fund it properly, rate it in business, respect it. The government has destroyed many things in further education.
Yes,
is one of them. I have been banging on about further education
baru level 5.
My political career. I care a lot about what happens in our colleges. When I talk about
sering ngantuk
education,
ya.
by the way, I'm not
Bener
just
juga
talking
sih
about
sering
colleges
ngantuk,
for
cuman
18-year-olds. I'm talking about colleges for
gimana ya,
adults.
menikmati
There's a lot
perjalanan
that's
sih.
been destroyed in our country. And you know, I've sat in Parliament. I've watched so many education debates. Most of them are about young people. A lot of them are about young people that go to university.
Gitu.
Very few about apprenticeships, and absolutely very few about FE and the importance of FE.
Polisi di setting 0 ya.
Particularly, and until we get serious about that in this country, I'm
Seru
afraid not just
kalau
in London,
polisinya
right across the country. Whether you're in a seaside
bilang-bilang
town, or whether you're in a
cheat
more rural
GTA.
part of the country, or whether you're in what was formerly the industrial north, unless we get serious about that, I'm afraid we're not going far, very fast. Joseph in Chepstow, thank you for calling in.
Good morning. It's actually from Chepstow.
Chepstow. Chepstow. I've got it. Chepstow. Sorry, Joseph.
No, it's no problem. Don't worry. All I wanted to call in to say, David, was I'm 23 years old. I'm in work at the moment. And I think one thing that really matters for my young generation is that work doesn't really pay at the moment. So
nggak jadi lupa pasang mod apa map Indonesia.
It's getting increasingly tough for young people to find a job close to where they grew up.
We were talking about that the other day. You're right. When I say work with a purpose, it's not just the ability to get up, go to work. You know, it's also the ability to invest in something. Principally, that investment is in yourself and your future, and a home's part.
Coba nanti. Enggak sih, ini tuh lagi apa? Lagi bosen aja main Dota. Asalnya main Dota, cuman lagi bosen aja, jadi main yang santai-santai dulu.
So I work at the Welsh Parliament as a customer relations assistant. So I'm absolutely loving it.
Right. You're still young. You're 23. You've got time.
Kalau tidur aja di sini.
So, I mean, I suppose what I'm saying is, I'd understand if you're 29, but you're still young. You've got your future ahead of you. You've started after university, but are you sort of saying it doesn't feel ahead and it doesn't feel fantastic? You see what I mean?
So I'm looking ahead and there's not really support there for me to either get on the housing ladder or to feel like I'm going to achieve something with the wage that I'm earning.
Joseph, we've got to fix it. Thank you for calling in. We're talking about young people in employment. Call me on 0345 6060 if you've got a perspective on this. You cannot have young people with no purpose in their lives. You listen to David Lammy here on LBC. The time is 10:46.
I'm Andrew Marr, and thanks for listening to me on LBC throughout the year. I am told that Robert Jenrick has resigned. Has he?
I understand that he has.
Do you know why?
I don't, in all honesty, Andrew. I just came from the chamber and found out after I'd connected to your show.
There are people in the United Nations who think that Israel has committed war crimes.
People in the UN are probably, I would say, don't know how the international law works.
I'll be back with the Britain's conversation in 2024. This is LB.
Vicio itu di mana, bro? Dia juga nggak tahu lagi di mana nih. Oh, Geneva, aja Cio itu belah mana? Munich, Brno, Rupel, banyak banget ini. Kita ke Freight Markets. Geneva. Roma. Oh, ini ya, Verona, Milan, Turin, Venice. Wah, kayaknya belum kebuka ini. Ajaccio. Mungkin ini kali ya, yang kayak cacing ini ya, jalan cacing. Jalan cacing. Dekat negara Italia. Geneva, Stuttgart, Istanbul. Nah, ini Milan nih. Nanti palet. 1,36. Oh, kalau yang saya mainin ini versi berapa ya? Kurang paham, baru main juga sih itu. Eksplorasi. Keputusan pet food. Wah, ini kayaknya seru nih. nganterin makanan animal. Makasih subscribe-nya. Makasih bro udah subscribe channelnya ya. Makasih banget. Kita sekarang nganter ini nih makanan hewan animal planet. Netherlands. Oh, ngirim semen. Ini ngirim pet food. GPS. Rotterdam. Ini ya. Ini kayaknya mah sampai malam lagi. Boleh, silahkan bro. Itu ya trailernya ya.
Okay, so being an electrician is for the changes in the world that are going all of these future things that someone needs to go in and sort out the electrics. Firstly, it is in the top 3 most important apprenticeships in the UK where we are going to have a shortfall of electricians in 10 years.
Bang, live ETS 2 lagi kapan? Kemarin live itu yang apa, Amerika Truk. Sekarang giliran ke Eropa Truk Simulator. Gantian sih.
And the sort of income you can get?
Gantian.
Well, when you know the apprenticeship starts small and then they grow as they go through the 4 years to get a gold card.
No, but ultimately, how much can you be earning in your 30s, 40s?
Oh, wow. It's very, very good. But here's the thing, and the reason why I'm telling you, David, is because I've come into this marketplace. And the way I did it before is I wanted to talk to employers and join up the dots, because we do these short courses for electricians, and then join up the electricians who've got kids and they all get jobs and they start their apprenticeship. When I was starting doing this process, interviewing kids and finding out that many of them had done a course at college, right? And the course that they were pushed out at college was not the one. And the reason I feel, and I'm passionate and very upset about it, that the college system are targeting on minorities. So what ends up happening, David, is the kids turn up, they extend what they want, and then they go and look at what's available, and they push it down routes that fill their heart. So what happens is I'm taking the kid who's telling me they want to be an electrician, and they take all the boxes and say, my goodness,
Bang, ini ETS ini atau Amerika Truk Simulator bisa main online ya, berdua gitu main online.
They've been thrown out, and then they ended up in a warehouse for 2 years, and then suddenly they're lost, and they're trying to find back to the career.
It's a tick box, it's a pipeline, it's what suits the institution and the establishment, not what suits the young person.
Without a shadow of a doubt, and I'm not saying it's for everyone, Well, I imagine if they're looking at their time to see
terus
public business for prices like Truk business.
beda lah bro, di luar negeri sama di sini beda. Bang beli truk GTS dari utang, wah ditambahin dari bank $100 bro, biasa ya, biar punya bus sendiri, nggak dipanggil-panggil. Ya, saya juga pinjem ke bank 100.000.
Work experience. It should be a real experience, not a week or two in an office where you sit down.
Punya kesupiran ya begitulah. Ini aja beli truk Volvo yang murah aja dulu, si level kecil.
We take them at different stages. We take some at 16, quite a few 640s. The ones who are a bit better, which I've got to say, the university students, because they're sort of slightly more.
Nah iya, biaya hidupnya itu, aduh,
You know, some of the things that my office is dealing with.
biaya hidupnya yang mahal.
But it's hugely important to, maybe I'm raising issue, maybe.
Ya, kayak di sini masih bisa beli cilok 5.000 ya, atau batagor 5.000 kenyang. Di Eropa atau di luar negeri nggak ada yang kayak gitu. Tapi orang-orangnya enak gitu. Cuman kalau masalah perut luar negeri, waduh, sabar, enak, mahal banget. Ya, 100 tapi 100.000 yang lebihnya tuh biasa farming dulu. Bukan farming dulu, yang apa, jadi truk panggilan dulu berapa kali. Iya, ya kan gitu. Kalau di luar negeri kan, kalau di sini perbandingan harganya jauh. Nggak tahu tuh. Toprak Filipina, orang-orang Indo juga kali yang dagangnya.
A minute being abandoned by the police forces of misleads, that they could have solved burglaries, thefts, assaults. They've failed to arrive at crime scenes quickly to recover evidence or catch suspects. There's a problem here, and I want to look at the root causes of it. People seem to have lost confidence in policing. When you look at the figures, it's hardly surprising they've lost confidence. Recruitment is going up, more police are coming in. So what is the problem exactly? Call on 0345 606097.
Hah?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock, Russia has launched 158 drones and missiles in a major attack on Ukraine, described as one of the largest of the whole war. Buildings, including a maternity unit in the central city of Dnipro, were hit overnight. The barrage follows a Ukrainian strike on a Russian warship in the Black Sea. General Sir Richard Barrett
Karena mulutnya udah ini menurut mungkin karena udah mulut biasa marpa, jadi di sana hambar gitu. Kalau muat bersenjata bagian kursi itu agak kurang paham bro, mod-modan.
The Home Office has condemned a rise in hate
Jadi 5.000 HP gitu ya.
mass attacks in Israel. Some police force areas saw anti-Semitic crime go up by 5-fold in the month following October 7th. Islamophobic offences also rose for some forces, although the picture was more mixed across the country. Donald Trump's campaign has promised to appeal Maine's decision to exclude him from next year's election in the state. It follows a similar ruling in Colorado, imposed because of the former president's role in the Capitol riots in 2021. It's likely the row will eventually be settled by the Supreme Court. Scott Lucas, a professor of US politics, has told LBC the latest decision could have major implications, though.
Maine's right next to New Hampshire, and New Hampshire is the site of the first Republican primary, which takes place on January 23rd. And Nikki Haley, insurgent in New Hampshire, she's still behind Trump. She's now running as
Ketiduran gitu.
So which way will New Hampshire
Pada ketiduran.
react to the Reagan decision? Will they fall behind Trump, or will they say, he's too toxic and Haley will crush him?
Newly released files show Sir Tony Blair's government considered setting up an asylum holding camp on the Isle of Mull. The plan from 2003 was one of a series of radical ideas put forward to deter people from coming to the UK. Around 20,000 people will take part in a torchlight procession later to mark the start of Hogmanay celebrations. It will be the first time the event has taken place in Edinburgh since before the pandemic. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 9 points at 77.32. The pound buys €1.15 and $1.27. LBC weather, blustery showers for many places again today. Mild, brighter spells further south this afternoon. A high of 11 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Thomas Watts.
Now that all the festive nibbles have been nibbled, and there's nothing left of the leftovers, get free delivery on groceries from Morrison's, Waitrose, Sainsbury's, Co-op and Asda with Deliveroo. Say goodbye to the turkey sandwiches and refill your fridge without leaving your sofa. We'll bring the milk, eggs, fresh fruit and veg delivered from stores to yours for free in as little as 20 minutes. Eligible on orders £30 ends 31st of December. Fees and geo restrictions apply. Delivery times may vary. Decency apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with David Labby.
Let's talk about the number.
Emang di India bro, digeprek ketek.
Police are giving up on investigating 2.3 million reported crimes a year, according to the official watchdog. That's equivalent to 4 crimes a week, which are being abandoned by the police. What is going on? Now, I want to start by saying I'm not in this hour looking to be anti-police. I believe in policing. I've met over the years many good police officers. I think we need good police officers. I believe in the concept and the idea of policing by consent in our country. That means that those who wear uniform police alongside the public. It's not policing by force. They don't routinely carry guns.
Belum kepikiran sih modif gimananya, cuman ngumpulin uang dulu bayar Bayar dulu buat ke bank.
Because there's a problem, and I feel hamstrung. I'm pulling my hair out if I had any hair, because in the end I'm not fixing, I'm not helping. One is a young man, he must be in his early 30s, late 20s, and he
Oke, bro, Lutfan tunggu berdoa ya. Nggak tahu sampai kapan ini. Break dulu dari perduniaan Dota ya. Kena bilang ini. Bro, pinggir jalan suka main Dota nggak?
Something about it is a little bit fragile, and I, you know, he's been coming to see me, and the problem should be fixed, and it's not fixed. And then there's a wonderful woman I think of in the constituency, strong character, in her 50s. Again, a lot of antisocial behaviour going on her street. A lot of it centres around an illegal kind of garage. Dismantling cars, putting cars together, creating a lot of havoc.
Iya, ada cicilan biasa.
Again, she's this is not solely a police problem, it's a local authority problem as well as in terms of enforcement. It's not happening for her, and she's really, really frustrated. I get a sense that neighbourhood level crime in my constituency across London, across the country, has collapsed effectively.
Kirain suka main juga. Suka main game apa bro selain ini truk-trukan?
The police do turn up. If there's a sexual assault going on, if there's a burglary going on in real time, I think the system works. But if you've got a crime that's been committed, and then you report,
kena mental sama permainannya. Kalau nggak nge-feed AFK gitu. Farming.
Which is that if the police and policing is not dealing with the neighbourhood problem, then people lose confidence in policing. Put alongside that issues of how women are feeling about policing, because some of the scandals we've seen in recent years, long-standing concern by ethnic minorities about policing that we've had over successive years, the sort of postcode lottery that it feels we've now got on policing, depending on where you are in the country, the gutting of police in terms of town centres, that's a real problem, the closing down of police stations, that's become a real problem. And then you put two other things alongside that I think, because I'm trying to get behind why, why people have lost confidence in policing, why the police are getting crimes. What is that really
punya itunya dong, punya apa namanya, steering wheelnya gitu.
And sometimes when I speak to the police, there's like they're in on something that I'm not in on. Because in the end, there's something going on with these crime and they get investigated and they don't go anywhere. And is it that they know that there are resources and they don't want to quite say that to the local MP? That there aren't the resources behind this to investigate the crime? Is it that they know that the services that they also rely on are crumbling? So what do I mean by that? Well, we know that the criminal justice system is crumbling. It takes years for anyone to see justice in our courts. The backlog is through the roof, and it has been for years. And
Gak tahu lah. Mungkin spam emot mungkin.
We know that the probation system is completely destroyed by Chris Grayling.
Main F1 sama MotoGP
Prisons are overcrowded.
kayak steering wheel nggak bro?
So obviously if you're a police officer, there must be a sense of, you must be a bit beleaguered because the system that you're working with around you is in pieces. And then you've got the local authorities, I can't remember the last time I did a call on local authorities, but local authorities have been gutted. Some of them are going bankrupt. 40% of their budget's
Harus isi
been
bensin
gone.
dulu
What does
ya.
that mean? It means no youth services. It means the young offending team is under-resourced to deal with young people. It means that the pupil referral unit's under-resourced. It means that the parks are being abandoned once again to heroin addicts and you know, the local bit, because in the end policing has to be local, isn't working. So what lies behind the police not being able to prosecute and investigate 2.3 million reported crimes a year, and the lack of confidence that people are having in police? And I want to be generous to the police. I just meet too many of them that I think are fantastic people. But what is it like working in that service? Because it feels as
Si
a
bensin
local
full tank
service that
ya.
it's not performing where people want it to be. And I see it in the constituency. I see it in the news stories. I see it because the Tories gutted it, as far as I'm concerned. Now, look, we are increasing the amount of officers. They are putting the officers back in, but it's back in quite slowly. I don't know where the officers are going because, as I say, the neighbourhood policing has disappeared. They're not going into neighbourhoods particularly. I can't see that. And of course, in the end, what you need are police investigating crime. And we know that if 2.3 million reported crimes aren't being investigated, then there's something going on with the investigations. So what is your experience of this? If you're a police officer, I'd love to know. If you work in a local authority, you've got to work with the police. What's your experience? If you work in the criminal justice system, what do you think is going on? Because we know that if you work in the court service, if you work in the prison service, if you work in probation, we know that, I'm afraid, we're far from the stellar service that we should be.
Full tank bro, 1000 berapa? 1 euro dan gini.
The vast majority of people are law-abiding. The vast majority of people do not commit crime. And the vast majority of people, when they ring up 999, when they ring up the local police, they just expect the service to be good, to deal with the issue, arrests to be made, problems to get solved. And they are hugely, bitterly disappointed if that does not happen. If that does not happen. And it doesn't really matter where you are in the country. If you feel that your streets and your neighbourhood have been abandoned to the criminals, or abandoned to young people out of control, if you're elderly and you feel nervous about going out,
Berapa liter nggak tak lupa tadi berapa liter, pokoknya full tank aja.
at a time when you think that unruly young people are going to be around, you don't see the police. When you do see the police, they seem disinterested. I don't know why they're disinterested. It could be about some of the issues I've said around funding of other services that they rely on. So what is going on? I've got a text message here that says police have a problem.
Spek PC di sana bagus emang, cuman yang mainnya yang tidak bagus. Berat ke PC, bukan berat skillnya. Ini nanti di rest area istirahat dulu, mau maghrib dulu ya. Setelah maghrib dilanjut lagi. Kita cari dulu. Ah, ini deket.
We went to a few knife crime events. Heartbreaking. I saw a young boy bleeding out in the middle of the road in Camp, losing his life to night crime. Knife crime. But also I had older, more senior officers at this stage who were leaving the police force. And they were leaving because there was a big pensions problem, that they'd had their pensions changed. It didn't make sense for them to stay. And they said to me, like, night follows day, Mr. Lammy, we'll come back about in 10 years' time. There'll be younger, inexperienced officers. Corruption will come back, and all of the older officers will have left. Is that the
Kita
problem?
inspeksi
It
dulu.
does seem to be, they predicted this to me, these officers, and there's been an issue, let's face it, now with the police recruiting again, but the officers lack the experience that some of those older senior officers had if you went back a decade or so ago, before the numbers were so savagely cut. And by the way, last time there were cuts, the Tories were in their makeup. Margaret Thatcher did not cut policing. She understood that it was just too important. David Cameron didn't take the same view, and we're dealing with the repercussions of it, it seems to me. So please call me on 0345 6060973. Let's talk about what lies behind these figures. The police giving up on investigating 2.3 million crimes a year. Leads missed, burglaries, thefts, assaults, all of them going without proper policing. People losing lives.
Istirahat dulu. Ya.
560600973. Help me understand what's going on. Time now is 11:16.
This is LBC.
It was a bit of banter with the lads. It's what I felt people did.
Maghrib dulu ya.
Crept up on me very, very
Maghrib
quickly.
dulu. Oke.
Very, very quietly.
Parkir.
Before I knew it, I was.
Matiin radio, matiin mesin. Oke, bro sekalian, saya AFK dulu, maghrib dulu, nanti setelah maghrib dilanjut lagi, oke? Halo. Back ya. Kembali lagi ya. Kita lanjutkan saja perjalanan ini.
And the wider Western commitment to Ukraine. I want to bring back onto the programme my friend Natalia Andrianova. Natalia and I met because she was one of the many thousands of Ukrainians who came over to the UK on that special visa scheme to help people leave when it was very uncertain exactly what the Russian invasion would amount to. I think there are still uncertainties. You know, it's focused clearly on the east of the country, but Kiev itself, bang in the centre of the country pretty much, is on high alert today because of bombings in various parts, aerial attacks, very severe aerial bombardments overnight in a number of different Ukrainian cities. Natalia joins me now. She came to Liverpool with her daughter Supir, who I think I'm just about convinced to speak to us at the end of the interview as well. Hi Natalia, good to talk to you. A day like today must be very worrying for you when your family are in Kiev still, many of them.
Yeah, indeed. Especially this Christmas time, you know, like when you want to be happy, when you want to feel joy, but you have mixed feelings, you know.
And what, from your conversations with your family, and I know you were able to meet some of them it was Austria, I think, wasn't it, a few months ago?
Yeah, you're right.
What is their life like in Kiev? I imagine it's a kind of mix of normality but tension as well.
I should say that unfortunately we have now absolutely mournful and eye-watering times. Unfortunately, yeah, because as you said before, a lot of missiles, especially this night, and I talked to my husband today and he said we had a really rough morning today. It's his words. Unfortunately, not only Kiev, also Dnipro, Lviv, a lot of other cities, and terrorists. They are only terrorists, right? Who we are fighting with. They are bombing maternity house, and educational facilities like colleges, hospitals, civilian houses, the usual homes. They don't care about people. Yeah.
And you know, you mentioned Lviv there, and for people who might not remember the map, that is very western, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very close to Polish border, very close. So, as you mentioned, it's concentrated on the east part of Ukraine, but the whole Ukraine now is under attack.
And am I right in thinking that you, some years ago, moved from the east of Ukraine further into the centre for safety because of that war in the east that was happening long before the full invasion?
Yeah, it was 2014 when the war started. All our family moved to Kiev, looking for a happy life, safe and peaceful life. But unfortunately, we have not.
And I know you've been in that move, and I know you were quite the driver of that move. Your concern naturally has been your child, has been Sophia, who I'm delighted to say I now know. Is that her sniggering in the background? You know, she has been your major concern, and you just didn't want to leave her safety to chance, did you?
Yeah, sure. It's like every mother first will think about her child. My goal is to give to my child prosperous future, beautiful, wonderful future, you know, where she can be happy, be, I don't know, pals. When she is healthier enough, feel safe, peaceful. First of all, peaceful life without such stress that we have now.
And obviously, there's a terrible price emotionally and for your family and you being separated. But I know from having spent time with you in Liverpool and here in London that you're both doing really well, aren't you? You're both doing really well now. You've got a job. It is deeply imperfect because you're not with the people you want to be with, but you seem to be doing really well.
That's because, first of all, we have great support here. Diane, Andrea, so all of these people, they really help and support us.
Yeah, and for people who might not remember, Andrea was the one that for the first 6 months or so, and Lee was the person pushing everybody to organise it, wasn't he? Exactly.
Yeah, so we are really appreciate and we are grateful for their support. And when you don't have any other chance, you just have to move on. You just have to leave, and that's because I just can repeat, I have my goal to give my child the future, and this is my, something that gives me energy, something that gives me, strength
and purpose.
Yeah.
Well, from what I can tell, Natalia, it's working because Sophia is an absolute joy. She came here to the studios and she wanted to look around. Good. Well, she's very welcome, and I'll see you in Liverpool again. She's a good little comedian, so she'll fit in really well in Liverpool. She'll need to be to live there. Will she talk to us on the radio, do you think?
I think, she has something to say a couple of words. Yeah, would you?
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Natalia.
Hi, Sheila.
Hello, Sophia. How are you?
Me and my mum wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Oh, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Did Father Christmas bring you some good presents?
Yeah.
Go on, give me the list.
He bring me a smartwatch, chocolates, family pyjamas for my mum and me.
Yeah. Have you got any teeth left after all that chocolate?
Yes, I do.
You do, good. And what about school? Because I know you were really enjoying school when I last spoke to you. Is that still true?
Yeah.
Are you still the best mathematician in the class?
Yeah.
Yeah. How many more certificates have you got for being very clever?
I got 11 now.
11 certificates? Goodness
Yeah.
me. And are you doing sports too? Maybe less in winter?
We were doing
Setelur jadinya.
In the swimming pool?
in
the summer. And do you have a favourite sport there? Cycling. And I know you've been to Everton, haven't you? Because they have a Ukrainian player.
Yeah.
He invited you there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Was that fun?
We've got a Ball Everton t-shirt.
Have you?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, listen, you have
Christmas tree.
Well, you have a fantastic New Year, Sophia, and I'll see you next year in 2024, okay?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Bye-bye. Natalia, is Natalia back?
Yes, I'm here.
The little scouse accent thing. Yeah, Natalia. Can't you? Yeah, and I know that you've become friendly with English people living in Liverpool, but you've also thankfully got some Ukrainian connections there as well, haven't you?
We have a huge community of Ukrainian people, and I think I want to say on behalf of all Ukrainian people to wish everyone a really Merry Christmas, peaceful sky, and Happy New Year.
Peaceful sky, that's what everybody wants, and you know, it's not happening in various parts of the world, is it?
Well, we are all in somewhere deep. We are all children, and we want to believe in magic. And Christmas is a magical time, and I hope that magic will work, and Ukraine will stand, and the world will help us.
I hope so so too. Thank you very much indeed, Natalia, and I'll see you very soon. Natalia Andrenova, who fled Kiev almost 2 years ago now with her then 5-year-old daughter, started. She's since been living in Liverpool. It's very nearly 1:45.
I'm Tom Swarbrick, and thank you so much for sharing your stories with me on LBC throughout the last year.
London is barely building just over half the homes that it needs.
And that's why we stepped in, and I stepped in. It's all very well talking about freedom there. You're running the government.
For years, I've supported the RN a lot, but I'll never give another penny to
The RNI's job is not to protect borders, it's to stop people drowning in the ocean. What is it meant to do? Let them drown.
Well, the people are actually standing up to this.
Standing up to what? You don't know what you're standing up to, madam. You think that you're standing up to 800,000 people who have invaded the country by boat, when the reality is it is nowhere near that number. I'll be back in the new year taking your calls for 2024.
Look at him go.
He's a quality striker.
No, not him. The electrician fixing those lights.
Wow. Is he?
Yes, he uses QuickBooks to prepare for self-assessment.
This is truly game-changing.
Use QuickBooks year round to ensure your income tax return is shock-free. That's how you business differently. Into QuickBooks.
Are you into worktops more than workouts? Kitchen islands more than tropical islands? Sounds like you've got a new kitchen on your mind. At Wix, we can design and install your dream kitchen. And now, that's up to 50% off units and up to 4 years interest-free credit on Wix Bespoke Kitchens. Be house proud with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply. Wix is the credit broker. Credit provided by Laguna Personal Finance.
Okay, so I've changed your brake pads, replaced wiper blade, and topped up the screen wash. Anything else you want me to look at?
Yeah, wash the dryer on the ropes and the short cycle. I've got it in the boot. Might get your money's worth. Grab a McDonald's flavoured meal deal. That's a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries and drink for just $3.99. From 11 a.m. not available on delivery.
At Ren, we design kitchens to your budget, not ours. With up to 60% off fully built kitchen units. And up to 7 years interest-free credit. Plus, get a net dishwasher for $149 in our famous winter sale. Luxury for all, affordable for all. The great renovation. Visit your nearest Ren showroom. Offers apply when you buy 5 or more units. Subject to status and minimum spend. Ends 10th of Jan.
What puts the mighty in Macmillan Mighty Heights?
The adventure with my mates.
All the different emotions you go through.
The memory of my late wife.
Knowing that I'm helping support people living with cancer.
Grab your boots and take on one of 15 stunning hikes across the UK. Do it as a team, with friends and family, or rise to the challenge by yourself. Every step, sweat, tear, and smile will make a difference to people's lives. Search Mighty Heights to sign up today.
Hi all.
How are we doing?
Afternoon.
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 Like to get this meeting.
Meeting started.
When everyone's home, EE Work Mode prioritizes your broadband for working from home with the UK's fastest major broadband provider. So,
Yeah, I've got you loud and clear. There is a bell.
this is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT.
Work mode with EE Smart Home Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
The celebrations will be sparkling this New Year's Eve with Salso Prosecco for just $4.99 at Morrison's. More time to party.
Ya.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's. Majority of stores subject to availability. 75 centilitres. Offer ends 1st of January. Please drink responsibly.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
Let's talk to Keith in Waltham Abbey about Ukraine and the West's commitment to it, particularly ours. Hello, Keith.
Hello there. Unfortunately, I don't really see that pouring more money in is going to make too much difference. I mean, it's a war of attrition, and you need 3 things. You need resolve to win, artillery, and population. Well, I think the resolve to win is equal on both sides. But the artillery, you're looking at the Ukrainians being outnumbered, say, about 5 to 7 to 1, and population about 9 to 10 to 1. So, on an ongoing war, it's just going to lead to more thousands of people dying, more people being displaced, and possibly more being lost.
So you say what instead?
I just think a lot more pressure has to be put on Zelensky and Putin to try and get them to the negotiating table. They were at the negotiating table not long after it all started.
over Crimea and the like.
And but the British and the Americans said, no, we've taken to negotiate, we've got to be back on the track, didn't defeat the Russians, and that was it. And I think the main thing that Putin's after is not wanting NATO expansion into Ukraine.
Yeah, if he gets Ukraine, he's butted up right against NATO. So that argument is blown out of the war by any victory he gets in Ukraine.
Well, I don't think he wants to take the whole of Ukraine.
He keeps saying that he does.
Well, I hadn't heard of that one. I mean, when he went in with 170,000 to 190,000 troops. Well, when the Germans invaded Poland,
He talks about it being part of Mother Russia all the time.
Yes, he said, and he also said that when the Soviet Union collapsed, it was the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century. But he also said that anyone that thinks that would be reinstated as a fool.
Well, maybe he's the fool then. Because if he doesn't want to be butted up against NATO, then he should leave Ukraine alone.
If Ukraine was neutral, he wouldn't be butted up against NATO, would he?
In what sense neutral?
Well,
It's not a member of
Ukraine
NATO.
wasn't part of... No, that's right. And that's what he's worried about, because at the Bucharest summit in 2008, the Americans stated that they wanted Ukraine to be part of
But Ukraine could argue back, and has done, that it gave up its nuclear arsenal post-Soviet era with commitments to be left alone, and that Russia has very signally turned its back on those commitments. As
Oke, istirahat dulu ya. Kenapa? Kenyangan.
mobil kita kayak gini.
Ya, trek-trek panjang kita gas ke ya, ini ya reservoir tank.
si auto a cucejte chyto. Odreagujte se psychicky.
Anti-Muslim hate crimes that have been reported to them, and more will have been carried out than reported, but the numbers reported are alarming enough. Anti-Semitic hate crimes rose sharply in the month after the Hamas attacks on Israel. Some forces also recorded a rise in Islamophobic offences. The picture there is more mixed. The community, which is why I rely on you to paint more of a picture for me of that on both sides. The forces that were questioned, the large police forces questioned, also reported that rise in Islamophobic attacks. The CST, the Community Safety Trust, that's a Jewish charity, has called the figures absolutely shocking, and they are, and many of the stories you have told me about what's happened to you since have been very shocking as well. These figures show that anti-Semitic offences rose significantly in the larger police force areas in the month following the 7th of October. Greater Manchester Police recorded 74 anti-Semitic incidents compared with 15 during the same period the previous year. The number of Islamophobic offences dropped to 34 from 43 in that particular force. Different story in other forces. West Yorkshire Police recorded 53 anti-Semitic offences, up from 10 in the same period in 2022, and Islamophobic offences rose in West Yorkshire to 49 from a figure of 29 in the same period the year before. That represents, in West Yorkshire, the biggest increase it's ever seen in such incidents. I'll go through a couple of other forces and what they have found. West Midlands Police reported 22 anti-Semitic offences in the month to the 7th of November, compared with 1 in 2022, while Islamophobic offences fell to 25 from 33 in 2022. Merseyside Police say the number of anti-Semitic incidents has risen from just 4 to a much larger number of 20. Islamophobic offences, according to Merseyside Police, rose from 6 to 10. Now, I stress these are the ones that are being reported to police. Inevitably, there will be incidents that happen where people don't want or feel they can report. Now, obviously, your own experiences and your own fears if you are a Jew or a Muslim living in this country. But beyond those two groups of people, this should really concern all of us. It should concern all of us, because the second we get relaxed or comfortable about this is the end of peace. Because if a British Jew or a British Muslim cannot walk down the street without being attacked simply for being Jewish or Muslim, then we can't call ourselves the country we like to call ourselves. We cannot describe ourselves in the way that we like to describe ourselves. And I know it's not the majority of people behaving like this, but that's no reason to minimise it, and it's no reason to ignore it or deny it. It's happening. It is happening. So what do we do about it, and whose responsibility is it? I'd say it's all our responsibilities to use any methods that we can to tackle it, to foster relationships that need it has no place in our communities. And that's, I think, where I want this conversation to start. I'm joined by Dr. Lindsay Simmons, researcher at LSE London School of Economics and Peace Building, who also works with interfaith projects in the UK, because a lot of great community work is going on to tackle this, both by individual groups of Muslims, individual groups of Jews, local councils, but also by Jews and Muslims and others in the community coming together to tackle it. And I really do think whatever method you can muster, whether you're a Jew, a Muslim or anything else, now is the time to do so, and to create a bulwark against such people who do this. Your experiences and thoughts, particularly your thoughts on what we can do, or what you're already seeing in your community. 0345 6060 973, the number to call. You can text 84850, and you can message me on X at LBC. Dr. Lindsay Simmons, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. So it's a pretty grim picture at the moment, isn't it? There's clearly been a reaction, an uptick in these numbers, a significant uptick when it comes to anti-Semitic attacks and anti-Semitic incidents. What work do you see going on out there in communities?
Well, thank you very much for having me on the show. And it is really important, I think, to highlight the good stuff that goes on. Look, I get to see the good stuff. The research that I do at the LSE is with Palestinian and Israeli women who work in peace building. We all know that conflict travels, as you've just explained very well. But peace also travels, and there is a lot of peace building projects that are going on there in the region, in the Israel-Palestine region. But there's also a lot going on here. I am involved in several projects. One I'm sure you know of already, Nisan Hashim, which is a Jewish Muslim women's network, and also the CCJ, the Council of Christians and Jews, all of which bring together people from different faiths or no faith to try to work together. I think that in general, sort of simplicity is an easy choice, and complexity, ambivalence, discussion, compromise, all of this, active listening.
I was about to say, when you said it nicely, I was about to say keeping your ears open.
Yeah, exactly. Knowing how to listen, knowing how to talk, are all the qualities that enable, I think, peace building. And I also would like to say that peace building, I think this very, very strongly, I believe, is that peace building is not the absence of war or conflict. It demands action, it demands our commitment, it demands our passion, but I think mostly it demands our compassion, as I said, the listening and making space for other voices. It is very hard when there are people, I suppose, taking sides. I don't like to use that language, but people taking sides, it's hard to hear others' truths. It is true that there is a horror of being a Gaza civilian at this present moment. It is also true that weapons are being found in the most extraordinary and, unacceptable spaces in Gaza, and allowing oneself to hold those multiple truths is difficult. It is very difficult.
Yeah, and having covered the story right from the Monday after it happened, October 9th onwards, and I knew that first week, and it turned out the first 2 to 3 weeks were incredibly intense on air. Probably the most intense weeks I've ever had on the radio, to be honest with you. And I was bracing myself for exactly what you described. Necessarily so, because I wanted to give space to as many views as I could, within decency and law. But I also think that when it comes to October the 7th, even before that Israeli response happened, people were lining up in their positions to say, right, this is me on this one, this is my view of this one, and everyone, including the Palestinians who already had their grievances, real grievances, and the Jewish people and other Israelis who had been deeply harmed and traumatized by what had happened. And that goes on, that's not over. Not everybody's been identified. I mentioned the investigation by the New York Times and the violence against women and girls that needs to be investigated specifically. All of that is still going on, and groups of people with, that taking sides thing you talk about are still in great, great pain and peril. And they have to be allowed to be, don't they?
No, absolutely. I mean, the horrors of October 7th and the horrific reality of living in Gaza at the moment, these are extraordinary, horrendous events, unspeakable events. And I think that even the peace builders, are finding those conversations difficult. That everybody's traumatized, and don't forget they bring with them their history, their culture, the context of everything that is,
and potentially family or relatives or friends.
So I was thinking about the people in the region, absolutely, but here, which is what we're focusing on, of course, absolutely. I mean, within the Jewish community, when we talk about, as it were, our sisters and our brothers, we mean more literally our sisters and our brothers. We mean people who are our direct relatives. I mean, nobody I know in the community of 250,000 approximately isn't directly involved, with one degree of separation, which is, I suppose, something that needs to be shared, and that horror is a very real, everyday, consistent horror. We sort of want to look at our phones, and then we also want to avoid looking at our phones. Both are true. And, and I think that that's something, again, it's the meaning of it. As I said earlier, it's hard for everybody to to know information
sekuatnya
about
aja sih.
and it's also hard for people to commit to
Sekuatnya aja,
relationships
bro
that
Aiman.
trust under these circumstances. I certainly think for me the trust is the big issue.
Sengantuknya aja.
Trust in what Hamas is suggesting, trust in what the UK government has decided, trust in the UN. I mean, the silence of the UN, and especially the UN women, about the sexual atrocities and abuses on October the 7th, which you just previously mentioned, is incredibly difficult, especially for the Israeli peace-building women that I have been involved in researching. I mean, it's an incredible breach of trust, and in particular, those who've been dedicated to peace building with their Palestinian partners, the women, who are again very committed to UN Resolution 1325, to have women at peace building tables, at all levels. That issue of trust is a huge one, and I have to say that the work that I do here in the UK is very, very focused on building trust.
Udah lah, istirahat aja bro.
Some people will just regard this as they're within the rights to just another news story, just some detail, just some figures from police forces. They don't intend to do anything. Somebody listening who might want to do something active about it, positive in peace building, in supporting, as you say, hate travels, but peace can travel too. For somebody who wants to contribute to that but hasn't got a clue where to begin, what would you say to them?
Well, I would say if you're part of a religious community, a faith community, then the two projects that I spoke about, Shim, for example, or the CCJ, Council of Christians and Jews, definitely approach your local group. And faith, generally, faith communities around the UK have a sort of an interfaith part of the work to do. Yeah, exactly. So we can definitely do that, but also local government and certainly local community work. All of these things have a huge impact in building relations in general.
And if faith groups aren't your thing, then local authority, local MP, that kind of
absolutely. And even in your local, people have kids, they have nieces, they have nephews, go to your local school and talk about these things. I think one of the things that's certainly happened in my experience is that people have asked me, and I'm just like one very ordinary person, to contribute to enabling them to talk about stuff that they can't talk about. And I'm talking about big businesses or even local community groups, even local political groups. There's very little, I don't say education, that sounds wrong, but very little training, in enabling people to just talk about things that are, incalculably difficult. These things are profoundly painful to talk about, they are complex to talk about, and we need to enable or give people, the opportunity to talk in a safe space, in an open space, but also in a space that really is committed to listening.
And if you have, as we do, broadly speaking, if you have the privilege of being able to do it in peace, in relative peace, compared to the people who are in the absolute eye of the storm.
Ini udah yang lain bro. Ini tuh nganter apa ya? Reservoir tank.
Look, some people might call me naive. That's also, I've definitely had those conversations of Lindsay, you're living in La La Land, and having conversations with people X, Y, and Z. But I don't believe that. I think most of the people, certainly in the UK, are decent, upright, people who get on with their lives and do their best for others in general. And I choose to believe that. It is a choice. It's a choice I make.
There's a lot of evidence for it too.
Yeah.
It's not
thank you. But I think that you do have to choose to believe in people in that regard. And in that way, it's about creating relationships. Look, all of this is about the creation of relationships, the maintenance of relationships. We talk about it often on the political level, but I certainly believe in the transformational experience of friendship, of collegiality.
Contact with people that you don't necessarily care for or understand or know.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good to talk to you today. Thank you for joining me, Dr. Lindsay Simmons, researcher at the London School of Economics in peace building. So, how do we go about peace building? And if you've experienced or witnessed the kind of hate crime that these various large forces, peace forces, have been describing, tell share them with me.
Mam
Tell me what
dulu
happened. If you're,
ibunya.
a Muslim in Britain, a Jew living in Britain, born here in many cases, what are your concerns? What are your fears? Just perhaps for yourself, but certainly for children. Have they grown exponentially as well since October the 7th? 0345 6060 973. And if you know of any great groups that are contacting each other and have been maybe for years and working together for good relations, it would be
Ya Bu,
fantastic
udah
to
yang
use
lain
their
ini.
time and hear about the work that you're doing. Do give me a call,
Makan hewan
0345 973. The number to text as ever,
udah sampai.
LPC.
It's been done to me like this. It's what I felt people did. Gambling had to go very, very quickly and very, very quietly. Before I knew it, I was paying to go down myself. Gambling took everything.
Aduh, bro, pinggir jalan.
And that's when I used to have a house.
Welcome back,
If you
welcome
worry
back.
about how gambling makes you feel, we can help. Search Gamble Aware for advice, tools, and support.
It started with a rainy day. I wanted to get the kids off the sofa and stop watching TV. So I searched rainy day activities on TikTok. There were loads of hacks on there. But the kids really liked making a bird feeder. It's amazing what you can do with a milk carton and a handful of seeds. We hung it outside the window and the birds loved it almost as much as the
Iya,
kids.
udah kelewat, bro.
I knew a bird box to be this
Udah
entertaining.
lumayan lewat.
It starts on TikTok.
Ini lagi di mana tadi tuh?
£20 on selected bottles of wine and prosecco at
Daerah Newcastle.
to choose from. Malls,
Lagi di Inggris ini, lagi di Inggris.
Majority of stores in England and Wales, exclude Scotland, subject to availability 65 centilitres, offer ends 1st of January. Please drink responsibly.
If you've lost money to a scammer, the system has failed you. There are safeguards in place to detect and
Spaghettinya
prevent fraud.
cobain.
So if you've been tricked into sending money to a scammer, then we can help you get it back, even if you've been told no. CEL solicitors are specialists in fraud and scam recovery. If you've lost £3,000 or more, we can help you recover your money from the system.
Coba capres, aduh.
Visit celsolicitors.co.uk.
So gambling to me was like monsoon. The first play, the first bet. It brings comfort and joy,
Aberdeen.
and then is a flood.
Ini tujuannya ke Aberdeen.
Nice
Aberdeen.
You think you're in
Ke Newcastle sih lewat tadi. Udah lewat.
you need that drop.
If you're worried about how gambling makes you feel, we can help. Search Gamble Aware for advice, tools, and support.
Leading Britain's conversation, Sheila Fogarty. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
I'll be talking later this hour about that New York Times article I mentioned about the rape and torture of women and girls on October the 7th by Hamas. But we will also home in as well on the situation in Gaza and talk to somebody about any hopes. I mean, they look pretty scant at the moment, but hopes.
Ini bawa muatan, ini reservoir.
In the meantime, let's talk about trying to push
Reservoir
back
tank.
against and defend the victims of hate crime. Defend them. If it's not a crime that's being perpetrated against you because you are not Jewish or you are not a Muslim, and
gimana?
whatever the reason, or you're not
Bentuknya
black,
kayak gini.
and you have a racist hate crimes against
Air
you
itu
many
apa?
times, I'm sure.
Pokoknya bacaannya reservoir
We
tank.
always have to be prepared to be a wall between those people who would do that and their victims, don't we? Isn't that just our responsibility as citizens and neighbours? It seems to me it is. It's the very least we can try to do. Gail is called from Connellswood. Hello, Gail.
Hi, I want to talk about the other side with not actual necessarily adverse hate crime, but considered anti-Semitism and Jewish. So first of all, and I know this is a common experience for many of us, I've got lots of non-Jewish friends, every religion, always have had.
Nasinya nggak dimakan.
As well as here, and from South Africa originally. But basically, there were some of them, I know they're very pro-Palestinian. I'm not going to contact them because they just start going on about how terrible everything is in Gaza, not care at all about what's happening to us. And another person has made remarks verging on Hollywood. So good luck, look into contact
like Holocaust denial has never emerged before until now from them?
No, she's come up with things that are virtually, oh, well, you know, your Jewish history and almost like it didn't really happen. You know, the killing of Roman Catholics in Britain when they brought them, you know, sort of, I mean, a lot of it's ignorance, but, you know, they didn't want anyone to know the other side. At one time, I didn't stop contact with her. But, you know, we've been friends for about 25 years.
Nanti live-nya sengantuknya sih paling antara jam 10 lah beres. Jam 10 beres. Ini juga agak mulai ngantuk sih, udah mulai lelah mata. Lumayan ini jaraknya jauh banget. Jalannya cacing tuh, lihat tuh. Mulai jalan-jalan cacing. Tapi pemandangannya enak sih ini. Kayaknya ke kampung deh, kampung Inggris. Ditemani sama hujan ya, dan radio berita pagi hari di Inggris. Iya bro, lumayan kenceng-kenceng kena tilang 200 euro, lumayan buat bensin. Kenapa enggak? Oh ya, itu pirnya masih ada tuh. Ya juga sekalian itu nih, pelan-pelan lah bro. Apa juga mau pil ambilin.
And did you get the impression, Gail? Did you get the impression when she was doing that she was saying to you, you don't really know, you're ignoring things?
And you know, it's the same thing. Yeah, what happened was that a terrible stuff the context back now, as someone else had thrown in before. You know? And it's just, I mean, you know, friend after friend.
Ya makanya agak hati-hati polisinya, apa sembunyi-sembunyi. Jadi kalau speeding nggak ada polisi nggak apa-apa sih, tapi kalau pas ada polisi dipotret langsung. Kasih. Jadi polisinya sembunyi. Pakai apa? Speed trap gitu.
And do you feel, Gail, when all is said and done, what, 2.5 months on, do you feel that
terlalu miring kali?
took a bit too long to do so?
Well, yes, and also then there's all these bad remarks coming out, you know.
Kok rasanya bau kangen?
She's got lots of friends in Israel. I thought she was very sympathetic to Israel. You know, I mean,
Nggak ada manis-manisnya? Hah?
But she was supportive of its existence and its thriving.
Manis.
Although I was not in touch with people there, I restaurant drink, and it was like someone punched me in the stomach, and it just, that feeling didn't go for months, you know.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of Jewish people who feel that, and Muslim people for different reasons feel that as well.
Berarti kitanya harus lebih hati-hati, bro. Emang sih ada yang kayak gitu. NPC-nya juga kadang-kadang belok tiba-tiba gitu.
Yeah, I think people you point to an interesting period of history that isn't spoken about very much. The relationship between growing political Islamism.
Nggak bisa, bro, kalau yang kayak gitu-gitu mah.
Of the sort of 1930s leading up to the time of the Second World War and beyond, and the connections between Nazism and political Islamism. We'll talk more about that in the new year, because it's an important connection that Gail alludes to there. Gail, I'm so sorry that your friendships have been, some of them anyway, so strained as a result of it. You sound like you have led the life of somebody who very much wants friendships with people from all kinds of backgrounds, not just the same as yourself, and that's, I think, how we should try to live. But there are clear strains there on the thanks, Gail, for your call, and I wish you well. Gail in Collier's Wood. It's 2:32. Let's get some headlines from Lottie Moore.
The Prime Minister says the UK will continue to stand with Ukraine after what's been described as the biggest airstrike by Russia since its invasion began. At least 16 people were killed and dozens more injured during the 18-hour missile and drone attack. Health officials say a person in Scotland has died following an outbreak of E. coli in the UK. 30 cases have been recorded in England and Scotland over Christmas. 4 types of Mrs. Kirkham's Lancashire cheese were pulled from the shelves on Christmas Eve as a precaution. And the Foreign Office says it's supporting the family of 2 British skiers who died in an avalanche.
Iya, pernah dapat yang gitu tuh di tol, apalagi lari lagi di jalur bis, jalur kiri, jalur enak gitu, pelan-pelan. Tiba-tiba kayak mobil ini NPC-nya kayak mau ngebegal gitu, beloknya tajam. Untung lagi pelan di jalur kiri, jadi masih bisa ngerem.
Cancer doesn't care if you're deaf, but Nikki from Macmillan Cancer Support does.
Jadi tipsnya kitanya yang lebih hati-hati, nggak boleh ngebut-ngebut. Iya, kan ngurangin lumayan, ngurangin nasional.
Macmillan Cancer Support. Wherever you are, we do whatever it takes to help people living with cancer.
You need urgent medical help, but you're unsure where to go.
Iya, jadi kitanya harus ekstra hati-hati. Harus ekstra banget tuh. Tadi kelihatan apa? Ada bacaan kamera speed tadi di belakang.
Get a call from a nurse, doctor, or paramedic. NHS 111.
Ini jembatan apa nih? Panjang banget.
To be assessed and directed to the right place for you.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got a nap lined up for today. Listen, pal, I may not look like the young stallion I once was, but I'm still fit as a fiddle, I'll have you know. Harry, that's not what I meant. I'm not even that old. I do boxercise 3 times a week, and my trainer says... I mean the horses. Your nap, your Napoleon, your best bet. Oh, well,
ini hujannya awet ya, dari pergi sampai pergi malam subuh jam 4 tuh, lihat tuh. Baru dia ngomongin NPC mabok tuh tadi depan.
We can design and install your dream kitchen. And now there's up to 50% off units and up to 5 years interest-free credit.
Di Inggris ada Suramadu ya.
Be house proud with Wix. Terms and minimum spend apply. Wix is the credit broker. Credit provided by Navuna personal finance.
Sekarang tuh lagi di daerah apa nih? Glasgow, Aberdeen. Oh, Aberdeen nih. Akhirnya tiba di Aberdeen ya.
Hello there.
Hi, hi.
What did you want to say, Anna?
Yeah, you were asking, you know, the people to call in if they were Jewish, in, you know, English, and how they're feeling about anti-Semitism in the country at the moment. And, yeah, basically, I just want to say that what really
Disambut matahari ya, sangat indah sekali.
especially a lot on social media, which has become a
Itu satu arah atau dua arah?
these days.
Takutnya dua arah ini.
I just do not get why when Jewish people say that
Wah, kurang tahu itu bro.
that's anti-Semitic, that you just feel like so many people, especially on social media, you know, also the social setting as well, where people are saying, what are you talking about? Anti-Semitism doesn't exist.
Di ferry.
You know, they,
Hah?
they refer to us as they.
Simpen aja dulu. Di ferry Truk itu es. Wah, kurang tahu bro. Baru main saya itu. Baru menjadi penyuka simulator yang asalnya game-game ekstrim kompetitif. Mungkin karena udah bapak-bapak jadi sekarang menyukai yang simulator bro.
But is in people's psyches that they're not even like consciously aware of. And unless those people actually sort of say, well, it is sensitive because of X, Y, and Z, then that's the only way people are going to learn.
You'll never break the bias if you don't try and get them to listen.
But we're not allowed, we're not even listening.
I mean, I noticed on social media, I know you've mentioned you want to reflect on social media as well, but I noticed in that first couple of, well, it's still ongoing, I'm just looking less, to be honest with you, for my sanity, and I'm not Jewish, obviously, but I found that first 2 to 3 weeks, if I tweeted anything around the programme, or anything I said on air in conversation with somebody that was then tweeted back by somebody who'd been listening, or half listening most of the time, it was extraordinary the degree to which people were just spitting out anti-Semitism, spitting out and calling me all kinds of things about, you know, you're an Israeli shill, you're this, you're a warmonger, you're this, you hate Muslims, da da da. And it was just, I was just like, oh my
kurang
god,
paham mod-modan tuh.
like malign actors, or do they have
Ya
a
seadanya saja. Dari bawaan gamenya gitu. Soalnya kalau mod-mod tuh takutnya nambah beban kinerja isinya kalau mod-mod tuh.
And I just thought, who are these people? You know, unbelievable.
Nah ini jalan bergelombang nih, kayak mau ke puncak ini. Modus. Kalau lihat di YouTube mah ada mod mobil sedan malah. Mobil sedan kayak RX-7, Nissan Skyline yang gitu-gitu. Masih jauh ya, Aberdeen itu.
literally like, I'm really upset. I've just heard about this on the radio. I mean, I'm not even a particularly religious Jewish person. I'm very secular. I'm very integrated. I'm a very peaceful person.
But you're a Jew, Anna, you see. For those people, that's the bottom line.
Narik angkot ya di Eropa, paling taksi mungkin. Kalau nggak salah ada taksi simulator itu di Steam kalau nggak salah. Udah aja install itu apa namanya, Forza Horizon. Itu kan di Inggris juga mapnya, yang keempat Forza 4.
What was the man thing in general?
Yeah, like, because it is with war, in all war, not just wars in the Middle East, it does.
It is a weapon. Yeah, but sometimes it's a weapon by design, and that's what, as opposed to just crazy.
Malah nggak ada yang naik, malah naik angkot tuh.
And having a power trip.
Pada jauh, trayeknya jauh-jauh.
Sometimes it's more than that. It's systematic and decided upon and planned, and it's part of the arsenal. And that is what this New York Times investigation appears to have found, and we'll talk more about it with Christina Lamb in a few minutes. Thank you very much, Anna, for your call. I want to talk to Hassan in Cambridge. Hello, Hassan.
Yeah, hello. Hi, Sheila. Sheila, look, I think Islamophobia has and I think I was returning from a march in a back to the
Itu emang bisa online, ketemu orang lain gitu di online.
They lost their balance and a person sort of very aggressively pushed them. And then I was looking at him and he said, moving the way at effing terrorists. So I think that sort of behavior is happening too.
As was reported
Yeah.
by that.
Okay.
But what this is that I think there is a lot of, if you remember Sarah Kahn and her comments about hate marches and all these guys, etc., and her comments about Pakistanis who prey on white women, etc., there is actually repeated sanctions from the very top of the British establishment for Islamophobic action. She has made comments, Boris Johnson made comments about Muslim women dressed up as bank robbers, etc. So, exactly. And then you have Greece, which has a long history of sort of targeting or treating black and brown people differently from others. So that is why I think Islamophobia or anti-black racism is even more critical, because this is something which actually has sanctions at the very top of the British establishment. And if you look at how Afghan and
Boleh naik angkot ya.
refugees were treated versus how Ukrainian refugees were treated, etc. I mean, this is why I think this is a very, very serious problem.
It is, which is why I wanted this hour to speak about both,
Yeah, no, exactly. But I think if you look at some of the media personalities like Trevor Phillips and others who had been thrown out from the Labour Party because of, or suspended because of Islamophobic comments, and they are now back on the TV and they're back in the Labour Party. So the feeling I have is that Islamophobia is not treated as seriously as a race issue as anti-Semitism.
Well, he's been readmitted to the Labour Party, Trevor Phillips Hassan, after his suspension for alleged Islamophobia was lifted. Important to add that context to what you just said there. The fact is he was readmitted after those allegations were lifted. But thanks for your call, Hassan. I think you make an important point about some of that higher sanctioning, either by omission or by design, of Islamophobia. Thank you, Hassan, for your call, Hassan in Cambridge. As I said, we're going to talk to Christina Lamb in just a moment, and we'll speak to Chris Doyle as well, and touch on both that New York Times investigation into rape and torture carried out on October the 7th against women and girls, and we'll look at the likelihood, it's not looking great at the moment, is it? But the likelihood
Oke, aduh, kan tuh 500 euro tuh.
relief at the very least, and maybe the
Wah,
release
kena tilang lagi 500 euro, bro.
thanks very much indeed for your calls. It's 2:46.
I'm James O'Brien, and thank you for listening to me on LBC for the last year.
I don't have a racist bone in my body.
But you don't want to live next door to brown people.
No, I do have a culturalist bone in my body, James.
Culturalist? What does that word mean? You think it's reasonable to call for a temporary cessation of peaceful protests, but not a temporary cessation of the bombardment of Gaza?
Well, I would.
Well, then there's a march you can go on Saturday.
You're not telling me that the EU, the unelected dictatorship of the EU, didn't lie?
Well, I can say that they didn't if you can't give me an example of them doing. I'll be back in the new year taking your calls for 2024.
This is what award-winning customer service sounds like from real Octopus Energy calls.
Just like to say how very happy I am with Octopus Energy.
Thank you for talking to me. You're very good with it, you know. Thank you so much to you and Octopus.
Oke, sudah sampai di Aberdeen ya.
It's taken 4 years to do that, so it did do me good coming out to Octopus, didn't it?
Optimus Energy, outstanding service at fair prices.
So gambling to me was like monsoon. The first rain, the first bed. It brings comfort and joy, but then it's a flood. It's not a nice feeling. You think you're in control, but you're not. You need that help.
Sip.
If you're worried about how gambling makes you feel, we can help. Search GambleAware for advice, tools, and support.
If you're having a party and you need food, I personally would recommend party food. And there's nothing quite like M&S party food, like handmade our best ever prawn toasts, pulled beef rusty towers with red wine jus, Middle Eastern style chicken flatbreads, and Texas style dirty fries with cheesy jalapeno sauce. And they're 4 for 3, so you can have as many parties as you fancy. This is not just party food. This is M&S party food. Selected stores. Offer ends 1st of January 2024. T's and C's apply.
Okay, so I changed brake pads, I've replaced the Wi-Fi
Pasti
blade,
dong,
and
bro.
topped up your screen wash. Anything else you wanted me to look at?
Yeah, my washer dryer only works on a short cycle. I've got it in the boot. Like getting your money's worth. Grab a McDonald's save a meal deal. That's a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries and
Tadi
drink for just
dapat
$3.99.
berapa ya, lupa ya.
From 11 a.m. not available on delivery.
At Wren, we design kitchens to your budget, not ours. With up to 60% off
Masih
fully built
dikit,
kitchen units and up to 7 years interest-free
$20
credit.
gitu tadi
Plus, get a
dapatnya,
net
lumayan.
dishwasher for $149 in our famous winter sale. Luxury for all, affordable for all. The great renovation.
Lumayan.
Visit your nearest Wren showroom. Offers apply when you buy 5 or more units. Subject to status and minimum spend. Ends 10th of Jan.
Oke, karena tadi sampai lumayan lama ya, istirahat dulu bentar. Hampir 3.000 sih bro. Udah dilunasin 3 hari. Lumayan. Oke, kita AFK dulu bentar ya. Kita lanjut. Lumayan perjalanannya ada sejam lah perjalanan tadi. Oke, kita AFK dulu. Nggak jadi AFK ya, kita sudahi saja. Udah jam 10 juga bro. Terima kasih udah mampir ke channel ini ya para bro. Makasih juga udah live streaming, udah subscribe channel ini. Makasih banget. Jangan lupa like, komen, dan share ya. Kalau begitu saya Yudi pamit undur diri dulu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dadah.